All right. Welcome. We got my man Shifty Gaff. Let's go. What's up? We got Juan Marias. Let's go, my man. Welcome to the channel, guys. Excited to have you guys here. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream or the past few streams so far. I'm excited for what is to come. We got lots of stuff in the works, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We're gonna dive in deep, guys. We're gonna take a look and see if we can find some opportunities together. And yeah, we're just gonna dive into the charts, and I'll keep you guys in the loop as per always. All right, guys. So we're gonna get started soon. As soon as we get it to at least 10 likes, we're gonna get started as per usual. So make sure you guys destroy that like button, and let's get ready to kill the markets this evening. I'm excited, guys. I'm excited for what is to come. We got lots in the works here, so yeah, let's get it to 10 likes, and then we're gonna get started together tonight's team. And yeah, we're going to see what we can find in the markets. All right, chat. As soon as we get to 10 likes, we're going to get started right away, guys. So welcome to everyone that's just joining in. I'm going to also let our Telegram members know that we're live as well. So I'm just going to let them know right now, and then we're going to get started, team. As you guys can notice, obviously, I have my 4K camera all set up. So I've got a better angle there. So gone are the days of having the camera right in my face. Beauty, you guys are awesome, man. Can we get it to 15 likes? Let's get it to 15 likes. Welcome. We got Tony in the house. Let's go. Pedro, glad to be here. Let's get some pips tonight. As always, yes. Let's go, guys. I'm excited for you guys. Let's get it to 15 likes, guys. Let's get this stream started. I'm excited. How many of you guys are excited for tonight's stream? Let me know in the chat below. Let's see those fire emojis. I'm actually, like I said, I'm just going to literally share the stream over to our free Telegram group, and then we should be good to go. Also going to let everyone know in my Instagram, so I'm just going to let them know as well. So give me 1 second here. Ricardi, are you on a trade? No, not at the moment. But I will let you guys know as soon as we get into any position. So CAD JPY is looking like good potential sells. I'll be updating you guys if we do see any other positions. But overall, excited for tonight's session. We may be getting some good opportunities tonight. I have a good feeling we're going to have a good night tonight. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see. Lots of beautiful trades that we took together. As you guys know, we got Patrick from Oklahoma. Patrick, shout out to Patrick. Welcome to the family, my man. Happy to have you here. And yes, so let me just give me 2 seconds here. We're just about to finish up here, and then we're gonna just dive. All right, team, I'm just updating on doing a post on Instagram, just about to get started. So excited to have you guys here this evening. You guys are amazing. We're already at 14 likes. That's amazing, guys. Like I said, I'm always consistently working to improve on the quality for you guys, on the content. I know that the value is there, but I'm always working on quality and stuff like that. So lots of stuff in the works. I already have a video lined up. Just have to basically finish editing it up. And then you have another video for tomorrow. So I'm excited, guys, because a new video is coming out as well. We got my man Quark here. Sup, Pedro? Amazing trade yesterday. We got yesterday. Yes, it was amazing. 158 pips, my man. Very, very amazing. Especially, it was absolutely free, literally on the stream. We've got Tony in the house. Let's go. Yeah, bro, your New Zealand call was amazing. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love, guys. You guys are awesome. We got a Cal, fire emojis. That's amazing, guys. Literally, I'm just going to finish this post, and then we are good to go, and we're going to get started. Guys, let me know what pairs you guys are looking at, and then that way we can look at it together. Also, if you guys want me to go over your pairs, sorry, not your pairs, your charts, let me know, and send me your link, and we can kind of go over it on TradingView here live. All right, team. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to get started. And let's take a look at... let's see. First, let's take a look at the chat. And I'm just going to lower the music right now, so just bear with me here. Okay, music is good. All right, so we're going to take a look at... let me just read here through. We got AUD USD. So a lot of you guys are looking at potentially AUD USD, AUD USD. If we look at AUD USD. Okay, let's take a look at AUD USD. That's what everyone wants. Let's do AUD USD, team. Let's go. Okay, so what are we looking at here for AUD USD? Obviously, we can see that we're kind of stuck in this consolidation area. So I was looking at shorts for AUD USD, but I just didn't really like all the indecision that it had. But I do like that there is a doji candle here on the daily. So this indicates to me that now there is a prior probability that most likely we may actually see a continuation back down. You know, you can see previous level support over here, and we've got beautiful level of resistance here. So price is rejecting this area beautifully. And I do strongly feel that price may come back down, maybe retest this area over here, and maybe do a bounce play to the upside. Obviously, this is longer term, but shorter term, we can definitely short AUD USD to the downside. Now, another thing we need to keep in mind, let's see if we have any news first and foremost. Want to make sure that we don't have any major news, team, that may obviously affect price. If we look at it right now, other than that, we just have US news tomorrow, yet again, at 8:30. But other than that, we don't have any odd news or anything like that. So, I mean, depending on when this trade may be ready, hopefully maybe London, hopefully maybe right now pre-London we might, right now we're in Asian, but I mean pre-London we might start seeing some volume kick in here and potentially see it continue to go lower. It really just depends on your risk. I mean, I got into this trade yesterday and it just kind of wicked back out. So I'm kind of just at the point where I'm like, I don't like how clean it is. It's not as clean. I always like to get into trades that I feel super, super confident about and clean about them. And right now, basically what I would like to see at least to kind of have a secure position would be at least if we were to close this current candle bearish. Ideally, more conservatively, I'd say, hey, let's wait for it to break down and then retest on the smaller time frames. But at least if we can get, like, for example, this current 1 hour candle close engulfing this area, there could be a higher probability that it could go down lower. The only thing I don't like is that essentially it's just kind of stuck within this range, right? So for all I know, even if I were to take a short here, and let's say this 1 hour does close bearish, engulfing the previous candle, you know what I mean? All that could happen is maybe it might come down a little bit lower, but then push back up, right? So then it might just dance around for the next few hours, and then it might just then do its decision, either going to break down to the lows or break down to the highs, right? So personally, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm probably going to stay on the sidelines with this, just because I really just don't like the overall kind of price action that I see. But I do like that the daily did give me a doji indecision candle, so this might indicate to me that we may actually, you know, see a push to the downside. We got the wicks too as well, so we got a nice wick rejection here from these highs already. So depending on how I would say this 4 hour closes, this could then give me a potential indication that, yeah, you know what, it's going to continue to go down lower. But even then, like, let's say if you were to consider short positions, let's see what we would be looking at. So if, let's say, assuming even you got in aggressively right now, and you were to put, let's say, at these wick highs, that's about a 30 pip stop. And then let's say you guys target, let's go up to the daily, sorry. And let's say you guys kind of target this area over here. Not too bad. I mean, it's a 47 pip, but we're talking about a 1.5 risk reward ratio. So this is not really my most ideal type of setup. I would like at least a 2.0 risk reward ratio. That's just kind of the best bet as to what I'm looking for. I feel like we can catch a better opportunity, team. I'll be frank with you guys. I think I like CAD JPY much better at this point. If we look at CAD JPY, CAD JPY is looking pretty decent for sells. I was looking at the 1 hour. Yeah, so 1 hour came up. Now we got the wick rejection here. So depending on how this 1 hour closes, we'll see, because we have a no bottom wick here. So this to me indicates here on the 1 hour that we might actually get a retest of this high once more. If price retests this high once more, then I'm going to probably get in for short opportunities here. And again, if we go back up to the daily, we can see that, you know, it is an area where price has respected in the past. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So we can see we have a nice daily resistance right here. So I'm just going to type this out. So we've got a beautiful daily resistance. Resistance. All right. Team, we've got 22 members here live with us, guys. Let's get it to 22 likes. Actually, 24 members. Let's get it to 24 likes, team. If you enjoy the streams and you guys want me to continue to come on here, let me know. Let's get it to 30 likes, team. We've got 25 people here, and it's continuously coming. Let's get it to 30 likes. And if we get it to 30 likes, we might pull out another trade tonight. Obviously, if the market gives it to us. And that way I can share another trade with you guys for free, like I have been doing these past few days. But yeah, so overall, CAD JPY, I like that it is rejecting this area. Where could I see it potentially come down to? Again, this would probably be my next structure area that I'd be interested in. So these are kind of my two areas that I'm looking at overall, kind of this range area. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing overall, team. We got Mr. 1102. What's up? What's up? We got Quirk GBP New Zealand buy. Let's take a look at it, my man. Let's go. Let's take a look at it. Let's get it to 30 likes, team. If we get it to 30 likes, like I said, I'm going to share with you guys a free trade, another free trade. 158 pips, guys. We literally caught that trade for free on this stream. 158 pips. So if you guys aren't subscribed, or for all the new members that are just joining us, you're missing out on a ton of value. You're missing out on a ton of value, guys. I'm telling you. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the family. And if you're new, let me know in the chat where you're joining us from. Like what country you guys are joining us from, guys. So CAD JPY looking like decent sells, but I need to be cautious because it could retest this high once more. So 25 pips stop. CAD JPY sells. First target area about there, but I think it could go definitely a lot lower. Yeah, that's kind of what I see. Price could probably come down to this area here, about 53 pips to these lows over there. But yeah, that's a decent trade setup right there on its own, but we'll come back to it overall. Let's take a look at gold. What's going on with gold, team? So if we look at gold, remember I told you gold was going to potentially give us a push back down. Excuse me. Gold is actually pushing down exactly as expected. But I'm actually kind of curious. Let's actually go back up to GU. So GU is holding up at this area. And this was actually a trade I sent through my VIP. And literally, guys, it literally just stopped out at 83 pips. So we might get some sort of a pullback. And then this could potentially come down a little bit lower. But we'll have to wait and see. So it seems like gold is also slowly going down. But we might actually see price... We need some volume, obviously, right? We're during Asian session right now. We need some volume for sure. Let's take a look at GBP NZD. By the way, if you guys are new, let me know in the chat. Introduce yourself. Welcome to the family. We're going to take a GBP NZD. Let's go. Okay, so we got my man Quark here, GBP NZD. You're looking at potential buys. Let's take a look at it, my man. Let's see what we're looking at. So if we look at the overall kind of structure, let me just clear everything completely. Let's take a look at the weekly here overall. So if we look at the weekly right now, the weekly to me, technically speaking, we could see that pretty much price is technically bearish at this point. We also had a rejection from this high. Okay. We have been technically, we got a rejection from this high, so it didn't break above higher, creating a higher high. Not yet, at least. Target area is down to these lows. If we go down to the daily, we actually got a daily closure below these lows over here. Okay. So now all it's really doing is potentially just retesting this area. So I wouldn't, unless it's just faking out at this point, but I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't look for buys unless price closes. So if we get this 4-hour closure and then we get a little retest and then we look for potential buys. Otherwise, what could be happening is that price is just pulling back to this zone over here to then potentially continue its move down. Okay. See, these are kind of the two scenarios that I'm looking at overall, but I'm going to wait for at least this 4-hour to close. Because, yeah. And plus, right now we have this huge impulse move, like the volume kick in. But we don't know, like you wouldn't want to buy at the top, right? If you buy here, what are you doing, right? You're just kind of buying at the top. It's kind of pointless. So even on a pullback, I mean, again, you really gotta be careful because even on the pullback, all it could really be doing is just rejecting this resistance area to then continue its move back down, right? So I would just sit on the sidelines for GN right now. And then I'll keep you guys updated with this. But I don't see any opportunity at this given time right now at the moment. I personally think that it may come up a little bit. Even I wouldn't be surprised if it comes up a little bit higher, creates another wick high, and then continues to go down a little bit to the lows. Let's take a look at GJ. All right, team, we're at 22 likes. Let's get it to 30 likes, team. We're so close. All right, so GJ, what is it doing here at this moment? So we were looking at GJ. It formed some sort of a double top here on the 2-hour time frame. We saw a retest of the neckline. Now we got this bearish closure. So we could see potentially GJ continue to go down lower. It is rejecting this area. The only thing is I want to see this candle close bearish, engulfing this candle. Then we could see a potential continuation to the downside. And again, the move is pretty extensive. Obviously, we've been selling GJ from these highs here. I already took my profits when it came down to this area, when it pulled back down to this area. But right now, we just got to wait on the sidelines because all we know is that GJ could just be pulling back at this area to get an impulse back up to these highs, right? So that's all I got to tell you. I'm not going to enter until we see a nice strong confirmation that, you know, the Bears are in control. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the chat if you guys have any questions, team. All right, 1 second, team. 1 second. Okay. Perfect. So I'm just going to move this over here to my other screen. Okay. Okay, we got Mr. 1102. Let's go, my man. So USD JPY, let's take a look at it. Kind of curious what's going on with this pair as well. I don't think I have it here, so I'll just have to add it in here to my pairs. Add it in there. Should be CAD. All right, we already have CAD JPY there. All right, what are we looking at for USD JPY? So USD JPY, we should see a retest of these highs here on the 1 hour alone. I could probably see price coming back up to these highs, but let's go up to the higher time frames just to understand where we're at. So weekly, last week closed pretty bullish. Now this week we've kind of pulled back down a little bit. Technically speaking, to be honest, just from looking at it, obviously we are the overall sentiment is still bullish, but short term, I think we're still technically we could still see somewhat of a pullback. Like I said, it might kind of retest this high once more. It seems like we formed this double bottom at this area. We might just see price kind of do something where it, you know, pushes up, comes back down, retests this neckline to then impulse to the upside. Something like that. Again, this is very, very hypothetical at this point, but we may see something like that. We have this kind of double bottom formation here on the 1 hour. We could see price just come back down before it gives us the impulse continuation to the upside. But shorter term, we could see it come back up to these highs. If we get a rejection, then we should see a push back down. Overall, not really liking the price action with USD JPY. Just don't really, it just doesn't really look clean to me personally. Seems like we've created an equal high here, so it seems like the daily has rejected these highs. Does it mean it's going to go all the way down now? No, not necessarily. Right? If we look at this daily here as well, technically speaking, you know, we've got an equal high here. If we look at over here, this is kind of the lows of the range. We're just kind of moving sideways, guys. So I really don't like the price action overall, personally. All right, so Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now so far, team. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of what we're looking at. Let's take a look at USD CHF. What is going on with USD CHF? Is there any other pairs you guys are looking at specifically? Let me know in the chat. All right, so USD CHF seems like we've closed below this area. Well, we might be coming back down to these lows over here on USD CHF. It's pretty bearish. We might get a pullback, but I'd keep my eye out on this area here. It's about a 60 pip range, so it's not that big. We got Eli Nicholas. What's going on, my man? Taking a look at gold. Again, with gold right now, obviously we don't have that much volume, but I'm anticipating gold to probably give us one more leg to the downside. We did break back into this area, so we didn't hold this level of support. So there's a higher probability that we might see gold come back down. However, we don't be surprised if gold comes back up, creates like a wick or something before it continues to go down to the downside. But there's a higher probability that we might see gold at least come to this next move over here, which is about 130 pips to the downside, unless it just kind of fakes out. But could be a possibility right now with gold. This is kind of my longer term outlook here on gold. Obviously, I'm not thinking it's going to come all the way down here, but just to kind of give you guys a perspective of what could happen, right? Gold could come here and then continue to go higher and higher, possibly, or it could come back down like this, retesting these previous lows to then continue its move down. Are you guys understanding that so far? Let me know. Yeah, we got Tony, Euro USD. Let's take a look at Euro USD. So Euro USD, I like how the daily closed below this area here. So there's a higher probability that Euro USD is going to continue its move down. The only thing is, again, until we get London volume kick in, then that's when we're going to start getting more of a push to potentially to the downside. We could see it retest these highs once more before it continues to go down further, but overall, anticipating price to go to the downside here for Euro USD. We're also at a major level of structure on the higher time frame. Team, we're at 25 likes. Let's get it to 30 likes, team. Let's go. Let's get it to 30 likes. Shout out to all the new members that are just joining the family as well. We got Ricartim, welcome. Has subscribed to the family, welcome. All the new members that are just joining us, guys, make sure you guys also hit that little bell icon, all right? So when you do subscribe, make sure you guys hit that little bell icon. That way you don't miss out on any single piece of content. And by the way, also make sure you guys check out our free Telegram. It's absolutely free to join in, all right? All right. We got my man Tony here. Agree, we need some volume. Yes. Thanks, bro. No problem, man. No problem anytime. Okay, so what are we gonna... I'm just going to link up here on the poll and just put here, update some video stuff here, and then we should see a continuation. If there's anything you guys are looking at specifically, let me know in the chat. Any specific pairs, and then we'll go over it together. And like I said, if you guys have a chart that you guys want me to go over, I'll go over your charts. And go over your charts. Take this opportunity that you guys have me live right now. Let's go. We're at 26 likes, team. Let's get it to 30 likes. Let's go. Let me know in the chat as well, team. What do you guys like doing on the side? Like, what do you guys do on the side? Like, besides trading, what do you guys enjoy doing? Do you guys like going to the gym? What do you guys like doing as a hobby or something on the side? Let me know in the chat below what's kind of like your favorite hobby to do aside from trading. All right, we got my man Quirk here. I'm studying for electronic engineering. I do trades as a hobby. That's amazing, bro. That's really, really cool. And yeah, no, that's honestly like an amazing thing to do, because like you're studying a really really cool career, but at the same time you're also like doing something like that is a high paying skill set that in the long run could also help, you know, pay for your studies. That could help you do so many things while you get the experience in your career. So that's a really, really nice thing. That's one thing that I started doing for 5 years when I was working at the dealership. I was working in sales. For those that are new, I was literally selling Toyotas for a living, stuck in my 9-to-5 cycle. And you know, we've all been there before. We've all, some of you guys are still stuck in the cycle, and that's okay. I've been there before. But we went through that process, and you know, it's something that I had to go through that realization, right? I had 5 years in the company. I was doing trading as a hobby, like on the side, and then that's really when things started to kind of kick off. When I really started to see results in my trading, and I was like, "Yo, this is a good opportunity for me to actually like leverage this money. Like I'm now making a potential income that I could literally be able to just go all in." And I was like, if I go all in on trading, there's a higher probability that my income could 10x from now, and literally make more than what I was making at the dealership, plus whatever I was making on the side from trading. So that's when I decided to take the leap of faith and literally just jump in and go all in on trading. And honestly, I definitely haven't looked back, which is crazy, team. So, but yeah, team, we're at 29 likes, which is amazing, guys. Welcome to all the new family members. If it's your first time here, make yourself at home. I just want you to know again that you are a part of this community. Feel comfortable. I have people here that are coming every day. Our live streams are every single day, twice a day. We're here during Asian session at 7:30, and we're here in the mornings as well in pre-New York. Sometimes we trade London, so that throws off my schedule. But if I am trading the London, I do come on live in London. So that's why I always advise, if anything, if you do plan on coming in the mornings or whatever, let's say like during London or whatever, it's just best to have your notification bell turned on. So if you're just subscribing or just joining the family, make sure you guys hit that little bell icon so you never miss a single piece of content. Also have another video that I've been working on tirelessly, guys, for you, that is going to be dropping tomorrow. So keep an eye out on that as well. I'm excited for that new drop on the video. So yeah, excited for you guys, man. I'm really, really excited. Lots of amazing content. Guys, the same way we've been able to catch amazing pips in all this week and in the past, look at all these wins that we've been able to catch, even just from the live stream, right? So my job is I want to be able to help you guys as much as possible. I want you guys to avoid the mistakes I've gone through. I want to be able to establish a community, which is what we've been able to do together. But with your help, I need your help, guys, to be able to establish this amazing community. I need your help. For me to keep running and keep producing more content, I need your help. So every time that you guys see me on the live streams, guys, if you guys want me to continue to come on here, I literally need you guys to help me by literally sharing the videos if you enjoy it, leaving a comment, even constructive criticism. I'm cool with it, guys. I'm not a tech guy. I'm literally I do trading. I'm not a technical genius. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a huge, like, I'm learning as I go. As a YouTuber and as a trader, I'm learning a lot of processes, right, behind the scenes, which is crazy. Like, even the fact that I got my 4K camera, but the angles of putting things, all this type of stuff, the software that I'm using behind the scenes, there's so much variables that goes behind it. But I'm really just excited because there's a lot of stuff that we're working together to be able to provide you guys the best and ultimate content ever, and whatever you guys need to be able to kind of just even progress. I want you guys to be able to feel like there's progress. And like I said, any constructive criticism, I'm open to that as well. Maybe you're like, hey, Pedro, you know what? Why don't you start adding like, we start kind of going over like questionnaire games and stuff, interactive games that will help us like learn trading in the meantime, or stuff like that. Or, hey, Pedro, why don't you do a video like kind of going over, I don't know, opening a brokerage account, or like how does leverage work, or all this type of stuff, right? We could definitely look into that type of stuff as well. I'm just going to read through the comments here. We've got Ikal cooking and planting some vegetables. Ikal, my man, that is amazing. I'm not a huge cook guy, but my sister is for sure. And she actually studied for that as well. And she does really, really well. But I'm a huge kind of like health fanatic in terms of like drinking my matcha teas, organic stuff. I'm just huge on all this type of stuff in terms of like, just like what's healthy for you, all this type of stuff. So it's always important to take care of our health, guys. I know that sometimes it can be hard for some, but that's another thing that we need to always kind of put as a priority. Especially, you'll notice that a lot of us traders, we always like to even focus on our own mental health, which is important, but not just the mental health, but also the physical health is important. It's something that I know that some of us are working towards every single day. We got Tony, go to the gym and read. I like it. Reading is really good as well. Gym, that's like it should be a necessity. It's literally therapy. So that is amazing, Tony. That's really, really cool, my man. We got Quirk, just joined the Telegram. Amazing, awesome. Excited to hear that. Let's get it. We're at 31 likes, team. Let's get it to 35 likes. And if you have any questions, guys, just ask away in the chat. Don't be shy at all. All right, guys, so if you guys can see here, we've got 42 minutes for this 1 hour to close. Let's look at the 30 minute. We have 12 minutes for this 30 minute to close. If this 30 minute engulfs, then we should see a potential continuation here for Euro USD. To the downside. Let's go back to our CAD JPY because I don't really want to miss that unless we already missed it. We probably already missed the move here. The entry should have been up here, which is fine. But CAD JPY, it was looking like a decent trade because the risk wasn't too much. To the downside, it is what it is. Just from looking at it, the risk reward, I don't like it. I could put the stop loss a little above here, like at a 15 pip stop loss. The only thing with that is that this could completely flip back up, creating maybe a double top or creating a lower high, and then that would kind of get us really close to our stop loss, and I don't want that. So, but yeah, for those that maybe listened to me and got in when I told you guys to take this trade, again, it's not that much, but that's what I'm saying. There's not much of a move to the downside. It's about 37 pips at most, so that's why it would be too late to get in at this point. Let's take a look at your JPY. I think your JPY, we were looking for price to it's really, really bullish on the higher time frame, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So we are finally starting to get some sort of a pullback, which is nice. Like I said, my overall massive target is at these highs up here. I believe that was the weekly target, if I'm not wrong. I can't remember, but I had a weekly target area here. You could see, definitely anticipating some sort of a potential pullback soon. So I wouldn't be looking to buy just yet. Just not the right timing for sure. All right, let's move on. What are we looking at here? Is there anything here on odd CAD? Let's take a look at odd CAD. Okay, so like I said with odd CAD, there was going to be two potential scenarios. Either price was going to break out to the upside from this area here and respect this previous resistance, okay? Or it was going to break down lower and come back down to these lows down here, okay? Sorry, this line right here. So it seems like it could still be going to the downside here. Let's kind of go down to the smaller time frames and see where we're at. That will kind of help us determine what we're looking at here for odd CAD. Odd CAD overall, like I said, it seems like it has respected this daily resistance area here. I just don't personally like. Okay, so I like to see. It does have a couple touch points here. So I do like that it does have a couple touch points here. So this could be a respectable daily resistance area. The only thing, like I said, is that's holding me back is this area here. Because right now it's technically stuck in a range on the smaller time frame. That's essentially what's happening here. So what that means essentially is, well, if we get this 4-hour closure below here, then that would be a nice strong indication to the downside. The only thing is we don't really have that much of a move to the downside. So, well, I mean, it's 48 pips. So, I mean, it's still fairly decent. Let's go back to GJ. Okay, GJ is giving us a nice rejection. Remember I told you guys we were going to look at the 1 hour just to see what's going on. So nice. We got a break of this low. Perfect. That's what I want for GJ. Now what I want to see is that GJ closes on at least a 30-minute if we get a closure here. This is nice. So we've got 7 minutes left for this closure. We should see a continuation back down here for GJ. We could get a possible re-entry here, but I need to see price give me some sort of a retest a little bit back up, and then we can kind of set our targets just below, set our stop loss just below here, these highs. That's about a 25 pip stop loss. And you know, even if we target these lows, that's 40 pips. So again, that's still not too shabby, not too bad. And then overall my target will be down here, which is about 120 pips. So this should be a decent setup, potentially to the downside. Yeah. We got 37 minutes for this 4 hour to close too, so that's pretty decent. Got 7 minutes for the 30. Awesome, team. We're at 33 likes. Let's get it to 35 likes. Let's go. If you guys are enjoying the streams, guys, let me know in the chat. And welcome to everyone that's just joining us for the first time. If you're joining us for the first time, let's see those flags. Drop those flags in the chat. Let me know where you're just joining us from right now. Yeah. Excited to have you guys. Also, guys, I wanted to mention, so if you guys haven't followed my new Instagram, make sure you guys go follow my new Instagram. All right, my new Instagram is Pedro FX. You'll see it at the top of the live. So if you look at the top of the live over here, you'll be able to see it. It says the little Instagram logo, and you'll see my username. The username is Pedro FX. Make sure you guys go follow me on there. I do giveaways, and I mean, if you don't want to miss out on giveaways, but also kind of my journey in trading, you're definitely going to want to join me on there as well, and kind of like any post that I do. And yeah, and sometimes I even do share trade ideas. I'm kind of hint some trade ideas on there as well. So yeah, love to see you guys follow my new Instagram. I really do appreciate the support. We're at 34 likes, team. Let's get it to 40 likes, team. Let's get it to 40 likes. Let's get it to 40 likes. All right, let me know if you're looking at any pairs that specifically, like let's say any juicy pairs that you're looking at. Let me know in the chat. Like I said, GJ, I was in this, but I already took my profits at this point. But it is pulling back down nicely. So where could price be going? Even with GU, I know GU was another one I was looking at. It might just be stalling out now. GU. Might be getting maybe a pullback, or might just continue its move back down. We'll see. We'll have to kind of wait and see. It's kind of holding this level of support. These two were the ones I was really looking at. Euro USD is another one I'm looking at where it may continue its move down. This is actually a decent one as well. Looking at GJ, I just gotta wait for this closure, the 30-minute closure, which is about to close very, very soon. Dependent on that, I mean, it is melting nicely. Depending on that, bless you. Depending on that, then we'll see if we can get a re-entry here, possibly, which will be perfect to the downside. CAD JPY just sucks that we missed that entry, but I was anticipating CAD JPY to go down exactly as expected. But it is what it is, team. It is what it is. We have to stick to our trading plan, right? And not allow fear to get in the way. Yeah. So, obviously, we have to understand, too, is that it's still too early, right? So we don't want to be getting into positions right now because it's too early. We obviously will get more volume once we get closer to pre-London. Because even if price were to go down like this, yes, this looks attractive, but we know that it could also pull back, create a double top, knock you out from your stop loss, and then continue its actual move that I was planning on doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick with my plan. I want to get in at a better entry up here. This is too late for me to get in, unfortunately. It is what it is. But I want to get in at a better entry at these highs. This is kind of my overall target, right? Now I'm dropping some sauce here, guys. I don't know if you guys are here with me or listening, but I'm dropping some gems here. And let's just kind of change the color of this thing because I feel like maybe it is a little bit too dark. Should we do it blue? Or what do you guys think? No, green is... No, don't like yellow. White. Should we keep it gray? Should we do white? We got Frankie. Yes, let's wait for a proper entry. You got it, my man. You got it. Let's see. Maybe if we do 75% on this, and let's see if we do... Oh, the blue's too strong. Don't like that blue. Is that blue good? What do you guys think? Or should I just keep it gray? Just keep it gray? Alright, let's keep it gray like that. Like that. Okay, we'll just keep it like that. So this is the gray that we have here. Let's see just the outline as well. No, let's keep it like that. That's fine too. So yeah, let's just wait for a better entry. Anticipating price to come back up here. Once we get a price come back up here, I'm going to set my alert. Okay. We're going to set our alert here, and we're going to literally just mark this off. Okay. And we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay. But yeah, this was a nice sell opportunity that that I did call that out, but it is what it is. We're gonna find a much better entry. So let's move on to AUD USD. We're gonna cover and see if we can wait for a potential entry here for AUD USD. We got Frankie. We can open a sell limit. Yeah, you could absolutely. You could set up a sell limit. I personally don't do it, but yeah, you guys are more than welcome to. I like to usually kind of be there just to see how the market condition is, and kind of go from there. Guys, do you guys literally remember I told you guys to wait for that 1 hour to close? Was it the 1 hour? Yes, it was the 1 hour. So look, the 1 hour closed, and then look at what happened here. But I didn't like the risk reward ratio, so at this point, to be honest, it is what it is. In fact, I could have done a tighter stop loss at about 15 pips or 20 pips, actually 20 pips, but even that, yeah, I mean 2.2. The thing is, like I said, it could just be stuck in this range, right? Even right now, technically, it could look like it's going to go down lower, but it could just be stuck in the range, right? So it is what it is again with this one. Guys, I'm only going to look for proper setups, right? Like bigger moves. That's what we want. Right? It's just, if we want to catch those bigger moves like we usually do, you know, usually on the stream, we catch moves that are like 50 pips and above, like 50, 80, 100, 200. These are the types of moves we catch. And if we want to catch these types of moves, these aren't going to happen like this, right? They're not going to happen with these types of moves like this or these types of pairs like this, right? And again, another biggest thing that I've noticed is like going a lot based off of emotion, right? A lot of traders, they just see this, they're like, oh, it's selling, I missed out. Then they FOMO, they sell, and then boom, it hits their stop loss, right? I know that, yes, this does look like juicy. This does look like potentially it may go down lower, this and that. But honestly, what I see already, I already know that it's not selling right now. Because like I said, this is the range. We have the highs of the range and the lows of the range, right? And we're just stuck in this range. And all it's going to do is just going to come down here. The moment it looks like it's coming down here, it looks like it's going to sell. It looks like it's going to keep going down. But this is probably one of the biggest rookie mistakes that most traders do, right? Is they think that. But I need a strong confirmation closure below this range so that I can then, with confidence, understand that this is where the market wants to go. If the market does not go below this area, I am not doing this. We don't predict the market, team. All right, let me just kind of clear the waters here. We don't predict the markets, right? We move with the markets. We react based off of a movement after the market does, right? So the market does a movement, we then react. That is our job as traders. We have to understand that once the market does a certain confirmation, does a certain movement in a certain area, reacts to a certain area, or etc., that is enough for me to then, based off of my trading rules, go in that direction, etc. You know, you guys get the point. But yeah, what do we got? We got Frankie here. Frankie will wait and follow for your confirmation. Thank you for helping us all. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. We got Justin, GJ selling hard. Let's go. Yes, it is. I told you guys, like GJ, we were already technically in this here nicely. So it is what it is, guys. Again, beautiful re-entry there. Would have been nice. But again, I'm not. It's 8:30, guys. Like we have pre-London. We have London session. You know, all that type of stuff. Let's go. We got VV. Let's go, Kunis. Got my sister-in-law in the house. Let's go. But yeah, like these are, you know, the things that you just got to be patient. Understand it's still 8:30. It's early. You know, it's good that we're like looking at potential setups, but we just have to be patient, team, right? You just have to be patient. I'm learning that. I'm learning to, as every day you learn it, guys. You learn as a trader to always improve in yourself, right? You're always learning, right? Like I might be like my level of, how do I explain it? My level of discipline could be like here, but I know I could still be up here, right? So I'm always improving on, holding my discipline, sticking to my craft, right? For example, one of the biggest things that I found that helped me a lot was, for example, my intermittent fasting. When I was doing intermittent fasting, I was so disciplined in what I was doing, right? And this is the same thing with trading. Trading can be so tempting to get in and just let your emotions, because you don't want to miss out a certain opportunity, right? It's an emotional situation, right? Where you want to react, right? It's an instinct. It's a natural instinct for us to react based off of our emotions. When we buy a car, right? Or when we buy something, like let's say you go to the mall or something, and let's say, again, I'm not the huge mall guy, but like let's say like you go somewhere that you know that most likely you're gonna fall into, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna buy this shirt I really wanted, or whatever. I'm gonna buy this nice watch that I really wanted, or I'm gonna buy a new cell phone, because some people it doesn't affect them, but whatever, you know what I mean? Some people it does. Some people are like, I need the latest tech, right? And then what do you find yourself, right? You find yourself in a situation where you're like, holy crap, I shouldn't have bought this new phone. I shouldn't have bought that new TV. I shouldn't have bought this. And then you look back and you're like, why did I do that stupid decision, right? And so what was the main driver of that decision? Let me know in the chat, team. What is the main driver of that decision? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. When you're purchasing something, right? When you're purchasing something, right? And you're about to make a decision, what is the main driver to that decision? There's logic, and there is emotions. You got it. Wifey's got it. The wifey's got it there. Exactly. We got the whole team on board. I like it. See, I want you guys to understand that the whole point of our YouTube channel, the whole point of Pedro FX and the FX family and the Blessed family, the whole point of our YouTube channel, our community, is not just about just looking at the technicals, but also the most important factor, which is the psychology aspect, right? Literally understanding how to approach the markets, literally understanding how to invest in yourself, how to position yourself in a good position to then be successful in your trading, right? All these things are really important, because that will really, at the end of the day, that will really determine your success, right? That will really determine the end result, right? So I'm going to read through the comments here. We've got Justin, let's go, Diamonds, let's get it, bro. Your insights, ACAL. Your insights really help us feel like we're not alone in this journey. You're not alone, my man. I'll tell you that for sure. I know it can be a lonely one. That's why I literally created this channel. I'm not even exaggerating. I've always told you guys that. I literally told you guys. The reason why I created this channel was for this exact same reason. Because I know how lonely the trading path, the trading journey can be. All right, we got question. I would get FOMO on this. How do you manage your patience? So honestly, bro, like one of the biggest advice I could give you. So that's a good question. That's a valid question, Justin. So honestly, the biggest thing is like understanding that. Drill this in your head. Like try and put this in your head for a second. When you see a big move like that, that's not when you want to be trying to get into the move. Like, I'm literally dropping some heavy gems here right now, but pay close attention to what I'm telling you right now. When you see a massive move like this, I don't want to get in right here, because I may be thinking, crap, I'm going to miss all of this, right? When the market has already done a move like this, I don't want to be there. Why? Because I could be completely wrong, or I could be completely right, and price could do what? Another pullback, and then what? Go in my direction. So whenever we see a move like this, all right, Justin, and to all of the traders that are struggling with this, because I know a lot of you guys go through this. I know I went through this myself. And to this day, like there could be like I said, like especially once you're trading with larger capital, it's more tempting. Like to me, it's like that drop right there. Like I'm not even exaggerating. This drop right here. Like let's say I would have gotten from these highs up here. That's 34 pips. That's like $6,000. $6,000, just like that. And I knew it was gonna CAD/JPY and GJ. I knew they were gonna drop. We had GJ news come out right now just recently. It was medium. It was so it was medium. It wasn't. It was like orange folder, and literally, the JPY gained strength, right? So what does that indicate to you? Most likely, there's a higher probability the pairs that are correlated with JPY. That's why I knew CAD/JPY was gonna drop at some point. But anyways, so you need to understand that whenever you see a move like this, this shouldn't excite you. Because at this point, you're getting a crappy entry. You're getting a crappy ass entry. You don't want that. You want the most cleanest entry at the highs, right? Look at this entry up here. When I told you guys, well, I sent this out to VIP. So this was from this morning, which we killed it. We actually caught 85 pips. So my VIP members were able to eat. Obviously, even if you would have missed it here, it was still dangling here like at about 66 pips. So it's still like floating 66 pips for quite some time, like a couple hours, right? So again, but this was a much cleaner entry. And in fact, this was a bad entry for me yesterday, technically speaking, because I was already looking at sells from here at these highs up here. Literally, once I had this one candle rejection here, I would have probably already got in. But it's fine. It is what it is. Like I have a lot of pairs that I'm looking at. We took three trades in my VIP. We had a winning trade yesterday here with the live stream. We had all three trades go in our favor. So like it's obviously a lot at once, right? I'm only one person, right? So, but yeah. So you want to get in at these highs. So if you're not getting at the highs, this to you just shows you that it's just a crappy entry, and that's it. That's it. That should be enough for you to be like, I don't want to be getting a crappy entry. Right? Team, we're at 36 likes. Let's get it to 40 likes, team. Let's go. And if you're new, let me know in the chat where you're joining us from. Welcome to everyone that's just joining us, actually. See a couple new members joining in. I don't know what's going on with my little dinosaur, man. People are joining in and it's not even notifying anyone. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we just had like 10 new subscribers and it just didn't notify any of us, which is brutal. Let me just try and see. I'm going to update it and we'll just kind of go from there. Okay, so let's go. What do we got here? I'm just gonna read here. Let's go. So yeah, so greed, controversies, emotions, having control over emotions, big one. Emptiness in one heart and mind. Yes. Okay, that's good. Loving self, hollow emotions of all that. Yes. You guys are going deep, man. I like it. I like it because that's true. Like you guys are focusing beyond just the facts of emotions, but also focusing on the on other stuff that are more important that will really fill you. Which is obviously Jesus Christ, which is God first and foremost. I know a lot of you guys that have been following me. You guys know that I'm a huge believer in Christ, and He's literally changed my life entirely, guys. Like. I've always put God first in everything I do, and if it weren't for God's grace, I wouldn't be where I am today. So yeah, I'm literally living proof, guys, of God's grace in my life. So in my family's life as well. So it's just it's really important, really important. I'm telling you, it changes things. It changes things. Prayers changes things, right? When you feel lonely, when you feel like you have no one else to talk to, or you feel at that lowest point in your life, trust me, there's things in life that just align that you're like, how did that even work out? Like, how did I get that job? How did I get this new sponsorship? For example, me right now. How did I get this, for example? How are people reaching out to me doing this? Like, all this type of stuff, and I'm just like, this is insane, right? It's God's grace, literally answering prayers from a while back, right? So there's so many ways that God could talk to you in your life, and it could really also help you with what you do, whatever that is you do. And obviously in this case, I know a lot of you guys are looking into trading, right? So that's helped me a lot with my overall just emotions too when it comes to trading the markets. Just trusting my plan and trusting His plan. Okay, let me just gonna read for the words here. 100% agree with you, Fraser. Yes. Phrases for beginnings, having a proper mentor is very important. Frankie, yes. Absolutely. Lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life is not from the Father in heaven. You got it, my man. You got it. We got Frankie joining from Canada. Let's go, Frankie. What part of Canada are you from, my man? I'm also in Canada. I'm actually in Ontario. So in the GTA zone. Let's go. Ricardi, thoughts on CAD-JPY? Let's take a look at CAD-JPY, my man. Let's see what's going on. Team, we're at 37 likes. Let's get it to 40. Let's get it to 40 likes, team. Let's take a look and see what's going on with CAD-JPY now. Do you see how it's pulling back already? Do you see that? So CAD-JPY melted nice, but now it's pulling back. That's fine. I really don't care at this point, to be honest. This is what I think CAD-JPY is going to do. It's just going to pull back up to these highs. If we get a rejection from these highs, that'll be a much cleaner entry for us to look for a potential continuation back down. We have about 14 minutes left for this 1 hour candle to close. This 1 hour, if it closes 50% or so, we could see it retrace back up to these highs, and then we would get a much better entry to the downside. So yeah, again, patience pays. I put my alert here already, guys, so I'll keep you guys updated as to what I think may happen next. Let's go. We got Frankie from Vancouver. Nice, bro. Nice. I got family in Vancouver, actually. I've got family in Coquitlam and Surrey. Surrey, yeah. It's beautiful down there, man. I love the mountains, that's for sure. Okay, let's take a look at oil. So, I don't know if you guys remember, I literally told you guys that oil was going to sell. In fact, I was planning on selling here, but I was like, this is not sticking to my plan. I'm just selling it randomly at a random place. But I knew it was just going to come back down to these lows. And literally, even after I said I was going to even look at just like entering at this area here, price has fallen about 48 points. But you could literally see, guys, literally, if you look at it, I told you guys from these highs, I literally said, look how far price came down. Sorry, gonna move this up right there. Look how far price have come down from that range area, which looked like there was no opportunity to trade. But I still told you guys, I said, wait for the closure below. We should see a continuation back down. And literally look at what price did. Price literally went exactly as expected in our favor, guys. It just goes to show the possibilities of what you can do in the markets. We got Frankie, hope to meet you one day. Absolutely, my man. Likewise, I hope to one day do like a meetup or something like that. And yeah, love to get to know you guys, get to know the family. And our family's growing, so it's crazy. We're almost at 6,000 subscribers, guys, or 6,000 family members, like I like to say, which is amazing. Okay, what do we got here? We got Rumor Rider. Sorry. Hello from Trinidad Tobago. Let's go, my man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the family. But yeah, so oil at this point. So like again, this was nice. I told you guys price went exactly as expected, pulled back exactly, went down exactly. So now what am I anticipating for oil now at this point? Let's take a look. So again, look at my longer term setup. So shorter term, we got that beautiful sell. And then longer term, I told you guys from these lows that it was going to pull back to this high area here. And look what it did, right? You can go back 2-3 live streams before when this happened. And I literally told you guys that price from this area low here, I think this was last week, told you guys it was going to pull back up to these highs. Price pulled back to these highs. Then when it was at this area here, I told you guys wait for it to break back into this range. Now, why am I repeating this? It's good because this is how you're able to understand why I'm looking at the markets. I said I'm not going to look for price to sell here because what guarantees that it may still continue to go a little bit higher, right? I said wait for it to come back into the range, and then if it breaks below the range, then I'm going to look for shorting opportunities, right? Do you see the difference, team? Where it's not like, oh, we're at a resistance. Okay, I'm going to sell a resistance. Oh, we're at a support. I'm going to buy at a support. No, it's not. It's like a certain set of rules that you follow through when you have a plan and strategy in place. That's how you're able to catch these awesome trade opportunities. You'll be able to catch these massive moves without having to risk so much on the table, right? But yeah, this is how you're able to do it, team, literally. So I'll be honest with you guys. I do think that it may come back down to these lows here. Oil might come back down to $75 a barrel. If we look at it on the higher time frames, just to kind of see what we're anticipating. So beautiful bearish move. We got a beautiful rejection from this area of structure here. So I am anticipating price to tap once more at this bottom end area. Overall, though, I want to go back up to the daily just to kind of get an idea what we may be looking at for future price. And by the way, team, let me know in the chat if you are here for the first time as well, like couple people here that are just joining us. And team, let's get it to 40 likes. Let's get it to 40 likes, team. So I think that it may come back down to these lows, retest this low once more. If it breaks below this low, then we could see continuation. So I could definitely see price continue to probably come back down to these lows eventually. But as of right now, at this given time, we could actually do something like this where price may come back down. Okay, I'm going to show you something in a second here. Actually, I'm going to clear it off. Let's just clear it off. So price may come back down, do some sort of a double bottom, give us a more extensive pullback up here, and then give us a pushback down to this area, right? So just grab a little bit more of some liquidity here to be able to sell it at a higher price, right? People don't want to be selling down here price further, right? They want to be selling it at a higher price before price can push down lower, right? So that's kind of the way I would look at the markets. Bless you, man. Look at the markets overall. If we look at it here, we would be coming up to this area here, which would be kind of my overall outlook. I'd like to see price reject this area here. Again, this potential double bottom, but we'll have to wait and see how price ends up going from this direction. Are you guys understanding so far my explanation? Because again, like I said, I'm not here just to like tell you guys, hey, copy and paste these numbers or whatever. Same with, but literally with my VIP students. That's why I love what I do, because literally I do this for a living, guys. I literally trade for a living, right? And like, I literally quit my job 4 months ago. Like, I was literally just your ordinary guy working at Toyota, selling Toyota cars in sales for 5 years. I did that for 5 years, making 6 figures a year, which was still a great job, like way better than your average job. To then literally going all in on trading and trusting God's plan in the process. It's not easy in terms of like anything, right? You take a leap of faith. That was probably one of the biggest decisions I've ever done in my life. Actually leaving my job after being there for 5 years, after knowing that I was in a place where I was comfortable. And I think that was kind of one of the things that really pushed me out of that, pushed me into that decision, was because I was like, yo, I actually enjoy trading. I like trading. I enjoy it. I see the income potential. I know I could even make more income potential if I really go all into it, if I dedicate more time into it, right? You're always growing as a trader, guys, right? Like today you might be doing, half a lot. Today you might be doing 0.010, right? Or 0.10, sorry. Or today you might be doing 0.01. It doesn't really matter, but tomorrow you could be doing 10, 15, 20, 100 lots, right? And so it's a gradual process that you just have to understand that if you put in the time, you will get the results, right? We got my man Frankie. I just joined yesterday and I'm glad I found you. That is amazing, my man. I'm happy you're here, Frankie. And like I said, guys, whenever I'm live, make sure that you have your notifications turned on. So make sure you're subscribed first and foremost, because if you're not subscribed, I don't know what you're doing. You're missing out on a ton of value. Make sure you're subscribed below. But first and foremost, make sure that bell is turned on so that you don't miss out on any of the live streams. Like I said, sometimes I do randomly come on with my wife and we trade London, right? So when we do trade London, it's super fun. Sometimes I'll come on here, I'll update the charts. Usually Asian are pretty spot on, so I'm here pretty much spot on at 7:30 p.m. Every single day except on Mondays, because Mondays I've got my schedule a bit tied up with one of my students. But anyways, that is this is like my best advice, right? That way you're kind of always notified overall. And obviously we do trade in the mornings in New York session. So yeah, I wanted to kind of just let you guys know kind of what we do and what we're all about, right? And again, understand that there's so many trading strategies out there. There's so many things out there that it can feel very, very overwhelming, right? And trading you got to find something that you feel comfortable. Like, you know what I mean? If you like the way I explain things, if you like the way I explain the markets, then that's perfect. That's what I did. I attached myself to mentors at the time that taught me, and I was able to kind of make my own mix. So it was hard because I was literally grabbing bits and pieces from here, bits and pieces from there, bits and pieces from here. And it was very hard because there was never anyone that really gave me that clear direction. I had to figure things out on my own, which is probably the most hardest thing that most of you guys probably struggle with, right? Because there's an overload of information out there online nowadays. And when I started, there wasn't that overload of information. So I literally had to work with what I had, right? And so that's where it starts getting difficult, because here you are like grabbing piece A and piece B, and you're just trying to connect both together, and you're just hoping that piece A and B will give you C, and you're just hoping that it's going to work out. And so luckily, like over the years, and again, that's what I'm saying is going through the trial and error, that's what slowly kind of builds you to the character and the person that you are as a trader today, right? And so me, like, you know, I learned from a lot of people. I took a lot of courses as I went. Sorry, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but I learned from these specific people that helped me a lot at the time. But they would think a certain way, and then I would look a certain way. So it was like I was able to kind of restructure myself and trade with my own I built my own strategy essentially, which is something that you'll find, right? Sometimes you'll be like, I really like the way Pedro looks at the markets, and that will really kind of help you with your trading as well, and kind of create your own custom way of approaching the markets. But again, you got to be very careful. You got to backtest and understand that it's not just how I'm going to play around with the markets and you know, like I said, just trading like support resistance, just hoping that, you know, just because it's at a resistance, you're going to sell. It just doesn't work that way. But anyways, you guys get the point. Tony, let's go, Tony. Appreciate you, Pedro. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate the love and support. Appreciate you, man, and appreciate every one of you guys that are always here supporting me. Okay, so yeah, so anticipating that for oil. If we get a nice rejection from here, I might buy oil back up. Like I said, it might do a nice move back up here, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna start trading oil, guys. Like oil so far, it's worked pretty well for me in the past. Like before, I used to like just kind of predict it. I wouldn't trade it, but I would always kind of just like do my own analysis, and it would go in my favor. But now I think I'm actually gonna start trading oil. But yeah, team, we're at 38 likes. Let's get it to 40 likes, team. And I don't know what's going on with my little dinosaur, man. This thing is just dead. This thing doesn't even notify. We had like already like 15, 20 new members subscribed to the channel, and like it's not even notifying me. I always like when it notifies me, because then at least I can kind of give you guys the welcome, you know, to the channel. Let's see here. Pops up there. Alright guys, sorry. This thing is just, I have to reset it like that so it does its thing, you know? Let me know, team, if you're looking at any pairs you guys looking at. Anyways, we'll just leave this here for now. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Okay. What's going on with Dixie here? Yeah, so Dixie, do you see that? So that's it. Like I said earlier, Dixie's probably gonna pull back. It's gonna give us a pullback. I literally called this since this morning. I literally told you guys I was gonna give us a pullback. 1 second here. 1 second, dude. All right, team. Let's see if we can get it to 50 likes, team. Let's see if we can get it to 50 likes. Let's go. Are we gonna get this stream to 50 likes? Are we gonna pump this stream to 50 viewers live? Let's go. Let's see if we can do it, team. I think we're capable. I think we're capable. All right, so let's circle back to our other pairs that we've been looking at here for a while. So GU, so now see GU take profit smash now. So it did end up going further, which is nice. Yeah, GU is probably going to continue its move down, which I was telling you guys. This was the area. So this was take profit destroyed. It wasn't even smashed, it was destroyed. Beautiful. I sent this in my VIP, so my VIP students were able to profit from this. So guys, I'm telling you, if you haven't joined my VIP as well, like let's say if you're a new trader or maybe someone that's been struggling with your trading, it's amazing because I literally do chart breakdowns. So I don't even just tell you guys, oh shoot, I don't even just tell you guys literally, what does it say? I don't tell you guys just literally the numbers. I also like literally share with you guys my trading view links. I share with you guys all this type of stuff, which is insane. So we go over, like we do live Zoom calls with my students, get access to my PDF Kickstarter guide, which is amazing. But also you get access to a VIP lounge, which is a group chat. And there's other traders there that are always active. We have advanced traders, people that are already trading, that have a lot more experience as well, but also traders that are new, that are asking questions that maybe you're wondering as well. What do I do here? What do I do there, right? So you're able to interact with a solid community on there as well. And the nice thing about it is that you're able to also take signals like mine, but with the breakdowns and explanations, right? Where I do voice notes, I'm updating you, I'm telling you when to, put your partial profits, move your stop loss to entry, make it risk-free, maybe enter a reposition, like a second entry position, right? All that type of stuff. It's nice to do that because then you're also kind of guided by me, your mentor, essentially, right? You're guided by someone that has experience. And so at the same time, you're learning and you're earning at the same time. So by the way, if you are actually interested, on a serious note, if you are actually interested in joining my VIP, guys, the link is in the video description below, or my bot has put it on the top. There is a discount right now, a massive discount happening right now. I won't be putting this discount anytime soon again. So prices are coming, there will be going back up. So make sure you guys lock in your price, lock in your membership. Lifetime's got a massive discount of about $1,000 off. So take advantage of that while you still can. Again, I like Lifetime. You just pay it once and that's it. Why? Because a lot of the guys, they join, they stay 2, 3, 4 months. And then after they're like, oh man, like I might just join Lifetime now. Why not just save yourself the money and the time? Just pay it once and then that's it. You just pay it once and you're good. So, and then you're there for life, which is nice because we've got about 40 members right now in my VIP, and most of them are already for life. So it's nice because I get to see their growth and their journey as they go. Guys, if we look at this right here, we're looking at GU. Literally, I think this thing is going to continue to melt like I was saying it was, and it's literally capitulating so far, and I have a strong feeling that this thing is also going to go to my next target area, which is insane. If you look at it right now, I think it is going to push through down further, possibly. But however, we are coming to this 4-hour resistance as well, too. Previous level of resistance. It might hold it as support, might create a wick here down lower. But if we break down below this area here, guys, this could be an insane capitulation to the downside. So something to kind of be mindful, guys. Just be mindful that this might just continue to just melt. Yeah. Euro USD is also going in our favor. Okay, so we got the closure here on Euro USD. This is nice. This was the re-entries I was telling you about. Okay, 30-minute. Oof, 30-minute closed nicely. Now it's just continuing to go down further. I think Euro USD is going to be a good short continuation to the downside. All right, team, give me 1 second. All right. Anyway, so this is looking pretty decent. Euro odd pulled back. Wow, pulled back all the way back up to the upside. This was also a beautiful sell that we got in, which actually ended up going over 111 pips. So about 73 pips is where we were looking at our take profit. But beautiful overall kind of setup going in our favor there, team. Let's see. All right, so NASDAQ seems like it's actually closed here on the 4-hour back into this range. So this is indicating to me that we may see actually NASDAQ continue its move back into this low, like into these lows, and continue to go down lower. So if we look at NASDAQ overall right now, we've closed below nicely. We've got the wick high here already. Where am I targeting for NASDAQ next? We've got clean traffic up until maybe this area here. So we could see NASDAQ come down, probably down to these lows over here. And again, I'll be updating you guys with the entire process as always, guys. This could be good. Now, obviously, again, I want to wait for tomorrow New York Open, but just to give you guys an idea as to what I'm looking at. Even here, I think it could come down here. We've got pretty clean traffic. It's not just going to hold off from that one area. It's pretty clean traffic. We got my man Quark here. Got to sleep 2 a.m. here. It's a good night for good trades. Have a good night with good trades. Thank you, my man. Fortunately, today I didn't see any good setups. Yeah, sometimes we won't see much, guys. Sometimes it's slow. But I'll see you later, man. Have a good night. We'll see you probably tomorrow, my man. But yeah, it's kind of in this zone here. I would say kind of around this zone would be kind of my target area. But this could be good continuation back down. I think it may continue to go down lower. It might retest up, so just kind of keep that in mind. I wouldn't say it's going to sell all the way off, but it already kind of came back up a little bit. But yeah. What are we looking at for NZD JPY? Holy. What are we looking at here for NZD JPY? So we got a massive pullback. So we were looking for it to break outside. We were kind of ranging here for quite some time. We had a massive push. Now we got a massive pullback here for NZD JPY. Let's kind of see where it's rejecting this area. It's probably like some sort of a daily area. Well, it's probably way further out. Yeah, so it literally came to the area I was telling you guys about, but it just literally missed it by a little bit, but it wicked it so close. But yeah. So now we got an instant rejection from it, so that's pretty good. I would just say wait for price to pull back down. Excuse me, a little bit lower, just a little bit lower, and then we should be good. What are we looking at here for Euro odd? Euro odd, we had a nice push down, but let's see, what are we looking at currently? See if we're going to continue a move down. So we might be looking at good sell opportunities here, team. By the way, guys, if it's your first time here, let me know in the chat where you're joining us from, like what country you guys are joining us from. If it's your first time here, just let me know in the chat. Love to get to know you guys. Also, make sure you guys join our free Telegram group, guys. It's absolutely free to join in. Click the link below and you'll be able to get access to that as well. So make sure you guys join in on there as well. Okay. We got Walking HK. Let's go, my man. Let's get it to 50 likes, team. Let's go. Let's get it to 50 likes. So yeah, let's see here on the 4 hour. Yeah, we could see a nice push down. We could see a nice push down, but so far though, technically speaking, longer term, we are looking at buys. So that's the only thing why I wouldn't want to sell it at this point. But that's just kind of something that I have in the back end of my mind that we may, yeah. So I wouldn't want to sell it, technically speaking. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sell it at this point because, yeah, I am technically bullish on longer term. Team, let's get it to 50 likes. And like I said, if you guys are new, let me know in the chat where you're joining us from. Where are you guys joining us from, man? We got people from all over the world. Don't know what happened with my little dinosaur. I hope it's working. Little dinosaur, man, come on. Let's see. So it seems like it should be good. Little guy's hanging in there, so he's hanging in there. You're in New Zealand. We had a beautiful move to the downside. This was our free trade that we did, but I'm gonna go back to the clean one, the clean chart, and see if we could look at some opportunities here, something like that, in the markets. So in fact, actually was what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got, team? We've literally got a rejection from this area here. We are creating lower highs. Sorry, team, give me 1 sec. We are creating lower highs. So yeah, this could be a good sell. Just because technically speaking, we're still technically bearish. Technically bearish. Or, well, actually, technically bullish, actually. Same with this one. Technically bullish. We got Blair from New Zealand. Welcome, my man. Happy to have you here, bro. Happy to have you here. Make yourself at home, Blair. Like I said, we're live every single day, guys. Monday through Friday. In fact, also on Sundays, I do come on sometimes. But mainly Monday to Friday, live. Mostly twice a day, guys. So I come here on during Asian sessions as well as New York Open. Excuse me. So, yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at overall, team, for price right now. So it's still bullish. We'll have to kind of wait and see if it breaks above that previous daily high. It closes, sorry. On the smaller time frame, my mistake. What do we got? Walking HK. Yes, let's take a look at it, my man. Let's take a look at gold together. We got Blair, took your trade yesterday. Awesome, Blair. How you liking the channel? How you liking the family? That's amazing. Did you make some profits? Did you enjoy the beautiful trade I shared yesterday? Let me know in the chat. So gold is actually pulling back up. Like I said, there could be a possibility it may continue to go down a little bit lower to these lows, but I do think that we may just get some sort of a retest of these highs, possibly. But overall, longer term outlook is to the downside. Like, I think it's going to continue to go down lower, right? That's just kind of my overall longer term outlook. Again, if I clear everything off, we go to the higher time frames. Let's actually go up to the weekly and understand what we're looking at here. If we look at the weekly, we can understand that price actually closed up here. You know, obviously then it went kind of bullish in this case. It seems like it has been holding off at this level here of support, but we are getting a strong bearish engulfing candle here, pattern variation, which you can see a bearish variation here to the downside. So just overall, honestly, guys, like anticipating price to maybe come back down, maybe even retest these lows. But before it does that, I don't think gold's going to go down this low, to be frank with you guys, not yet, if it were to break below. So right now, I think I'm just focusing shorter term. So I'm not focusing so much on the weekly. I'm just focusing at this area of support. So if we look at gold right now at this current area of support, I do believe that gold may come back down to this area of support, create some sort of maybe a double bottom or, you know, kind of double bottom and come back up to these highs to continue its move up. Or scenario number 2, it may come back down, break below here, retest, and then go lower. So these are the two scenarios that I'm looking at for price. Again, I'm going to have to just kind of wait and see what happens because we are still, technically speaking, we're holding off at this level of support right now. So it is a strong area because there is a level of support, resistance, support. So literally this is where it's like just hanging in there by the thread. So if I go down the 4 hour, it just looks cleaner. See? Do you see the area, what I'm talking about? So this is a daily area too, right? So I think we may be looking at gold buys shorter term and we might come back up to these highs and retest it. So we might see price do something like this. So let me just clear this off again. We might just see gold potentially give us a buy. So I'd like to see a rejection from this area, but overall we might see actually gold drive up from here, which is about a 137 pip move to the upside. We got Blair, took your trade yesterday, 120 pips. That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. I'm very happy to hear that, bro. Very, very, very happy. Now imagine that. That was literally on the free stream. With my VIP students, we took 3 trades. And literally they were able to profit well over, like, I think it was like 250 pips. So, and this week alone, we've killed it with the trades that we've taken. But, yeah. This was literally just the one from yesterday. But obviously we can't force positions too, guys, so just keep that in mind, right? We just got to find, I like to focus on the quality setups always. I don't like to kind of force trades or anything like that. I always like to focus on the quality setups first. By the way, guys, like I said earlier, make sure if you haven't followed me on Instagram, guys, go right now, stop what you're doing. Make sure you guys go follow me on my new Instagram. And if you have Instagram, all you got to do is just go and search me, and you can find me at This Is Pedro FX. So my username is This Is Pedro FX. Okay. You can see it at the top of the stream. If you look at the top, you'll be able to see the little Instagram logo. That is my username. It's called This Is Pedro FX. Make sure you guys go follow me. I do a lot of giveaways. I do trade ideas on there as well. And then I just share my journey, guys. So I'd love for you guys to join me and become a part of the journey and just kind of like, you know, see what I do, what I'm up to. Team, we're at 47 likes. Can we get it to 50 likes? Let's get it to 50 likes, team. Welcome to everyone that's just joining us. If it's your first time here, guys, come say hi in the chat. Like Blair, like don't be shy, guys. We got Frankie. We've got lots of new members that are just joining, and they've already been able to see such a huge difference in their trading. And so yeah, just come and join us, guys. And don't be shy. Get involved. Get involved. That's for sure. Let's go. 48 likes. Awesome, guys. You guys are awesome, man. I appreciate the love. Appreciate the support. Guys, take advantage that I'm here. I'm live right now. If you guys have any questions, just ask away. Let me know in the chat. Maybe you have doubts in terms of like, you know, whatever you're trading or something like that. Or maybe you're just curious about something. Or maybe like you're just trying to figure something out with your trading and you need some help. Just ask away now that I'm live. Because like, you know what I mean? You know, right now that we have our family as it's slowly growing, it's perfect to ask all these questions because I know that eventually it might reach a point where I won't be able to answer all the questions, right? Or I won't be able to, you know, it's not as easy having a larger audience trying to explain things or answer questions all at once. So I want to support you guys, man, as much as I can and give you guys as much value, which has been my main focus since day one. So yeah. But yeah, looking overall, like if you look at gold, looking at gold overall to continue to move up, even shorter term, I do think that it may just push up to the upside from here. Depends on how this, let's look at this 30-minute. Yeah, so we've got this 30-minute. We've got 1 minute, 2 minutes left for this 30-minute to close. Really just depends how it's going to close from here. We might actually see a potential move up from here. Don't like how it's kind of like choppy here, but I mean, it could still potentially move up from here, right? So you just gotta look at things from a certain perspective, kind of understand your risk. But yeah, I do think gold may give us a nice push up from here. Maybe looking at good potential buys. You know, kind of setting a stop around here, like, you know, 30 pip stop loss, 35 pip stop. If you want to play it safe. Target, you know, the first highs here, which would be 48 pips, but I would say overall target would be definitely for sure these highs up here. Depends how London works too, because if Dixie, see the thing is, if Dixie gains strength from here, which it's doing, which is literally doing what I told you guys would happen. If you go to GU is falling, exactly what I told you guys would happen. Let's see how Euro USD is doing. Euro USD is pushing down nicely. How's GJ? GJ might give us a good entry here on the pullback for us to maybe come back down for sells. So GJ is looking pretty decent. I would just want to literally set an alert. I'm going to set an alert for GJ. But yeah, looking at gold to potentially push up from here. Depending, yeah, see, it didn't close. Like, we got a rejection there nicely, but I'm still not confident on that rejection there. So I'm just gonna sit on the sidelines for now. Team, I will be right back. Just give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.